Protoss. Why am I allied with them? Yo, what's poppin'? How's everybody doing today? What a day it is. It's the day where I ran out of deodorant. Just kidding, I have backups. But it is also the day that iQuard decided to send me a screenshot of multi-building select in action. And after the hilariously unproductive discussion that happened yesterday, it's been revealed to me that the particulars are such that it's probably not even that big of a deal at the end of the day anyway. Haha. So what can we even take from yesterday anyway? That's what I want to know. I think the next time we get really silly, unproductive conversations, I should probably just tell him to fuck off. TBH. Rather than engaging with... Yeah, your YouTube chat does not appear to be seen. I see it in the YouTube thing here. I'll yo myself. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's here. Which is a classic Restream, actually. Restream is always like this. Now, let me see. It says it's connected. I'll try... Oh, my yo showed up. It was very late. So I guess your yo... It just, you know, it doesn't like you, I guess. I don't know. It discriminates. Discriminatory Restream. Try again. If you want to watch on YouTube. But yeah, anyway, what I was basically saying is there's clearly, like, it's so ridiculous that there was this really heated debate, and really not even a debate. That would be calling it something much more impressively articulate and intellectual than it actually ended up being. So, I'm, at the end of the day, not so worried about it. At this point. I really think it'll just be easy. You got the Nidus. This is Iquare's wet dream right here. Were they actually using it by any chance? Or was it just there? I feel like they're so weak. Like, they can't really be used on the forefront. But it is fine. I mean, they're really powerful. They're so low HP. That is pretty nice, though. Like, the white space is all the way wide, and they still decided to use it. That's pretty cool. That is honestly, like, top-notch stuff. Hey, what even happened to you? It looks like you got stuck on 2 bases, or maybe this is a pretty late into the game. Oh, and I guess Alexander is completely dead as well. And I guess you're talking about, is Alexander talking about lack of unit composition or something? Oh, I see. Yeah, I figure I can actually try something for that. Hydra spam is a step up from just Ling spam, so it seems like I was able to fix that much. So I don't actually know what the AI's coffers look like when they prepare their attacks. I feel like usually they probably just don't have any money. They probably spend their money very aggressively. So I guess first we should establish, without making any changes to the current version, I should take a look at good old Player 1's 8-Rax mech build order and what he does with his money. So he's got his barracks, he's got a command center attempt, off he goes to build a depot there instead of an actual command center like a goofball. He's gonna go into command center and then armory. Yeah, okay, so this whole area got fucked up actually. So one of the things that I did do a while back was I removed the AI control don't wait request resources blocks. I think I did anyway. Oh, maybe not. Oh, is that only for Zerg? Maybe I didn't do that. I thought I did. Maybe I turned that off and then turned it back on after testing something. I was trying to see if that would negatively impact the situation, but it doesn't look like it in this case. Now, obviously, their factories should come from before their expansion, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember Connor's build order for this, but whatever. So yeah, in this particular case, they actually went for a third factory earlier than the build calls for, I think, which means their ad production block is running. But their attack rolls out, and they have like 200 minerals and 200 gas, you know, and not very many units. And that's where I think the issue, generally speaking, is. I also have to remember that a human player will probably have equal to or greater than the number of units that the AI show in any case. So I can't get blinded by like, oh, they have a respectable unit count compared to other AI. It's like, well, that's clearly not enough, right? So, because none of the AI right now build sufficient units. Now, that being said, This guy seems like I'm trying to track whether or not his composition is really dumb. I'm obviously paying exclusive attention to him right now. This is hilarious. But it seems like he's building mostly mech units right now. Granted, we've only seen 2 attacks so far, this being the second one of them. So, time will tell, right? Taking a look at what the hell's going on over here. A lot of DTs. A lot of Zerglings. So maybe it is a uniquely Zerg issue, right? I don't know if you've experienced only Marine spam. I mean, I feel like we experienced that. We experienced infantry spam back in the day. But this is a pretty nasty attack force right here. I mean, obviously without a sync. And it's charging forward with its static units instead of... Yeah, it's doing some goofy shit, but... I think perhaps the most... Wow. Is that a Veek size storm? Meanwhile. Oh no! Yeah, I feel like I've seen a lot of Marine spam. I don't know if I've seen Zealot spam. Oh shit! Exemplar! Caw! Nice explosive damage, idiot. Yeah. Kakarum flower, yeah. Oh shit! That was not a Veek size storm. Holy moly. This guy knows what he's doing. I have 1/1 upgrades on my... Yeah. Back in my day, building enough Vorvelings would just crash the game. See, like, look at this guy. This guy's got an attack force that's mech, right? Like, he's rolling. He's doing stuff. This guy's got an attack force that's just like 6 Hydras, but that's Hydras. Basilisk. Oh, I gotta get used to the fact that I can actually see them while they're burrowed. I mean, he's got no fucking upgrades for it. He's got +2 attack, but no carapace for some reason. How many Evo chambers? He's got 3 Evo chambers, so there's really no reason for him to not have. Where's upgrades? I feel like I've seen some cases where it's useful, yeah. I've also seen some cases where it's really dumb, though. Wait, is that its only Hydra down? No, oh, yeah, I forgot. It'll be stupid. That's funny. I like that. Hi. Nice queens. How are you going to use queens to your advantage here, man? Yes, the endless Valkyrie. Oh. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, I think I know why the Valkyrie stuff happens. It's the same reason why the Scourge stuff happened. I never corrected the def build stuff. So what was def B, and then there was a Scourge command in here somewhere. If I could find it. So it's AA, right? And so I've got to remove any AGs. Wait, I commented it out? Hold on. I commented it out for def build air. So that's weird. Okay, so that was added because of an attack. Got it. I think we need to have more stringent conditions. Probably based both on personality and the type of unit that's being requested. We got to make that system even more complicated, Woo! Oh shit! Alexander's following me on 3 different platforms. What's up, dude? How was the map supposed to cover these themes apart from something that can be done in the briefing? It's... Took me a second to get that one. Icor still isn't here, right? He still hasn't seen this. Mixable moth. Hey, you can't do that. Wait, why did it say that it followed you as you, but now you're mixable moth? Icor, look! Look at this Nidus canal! It's next to a basilisk, and it's halfway across the map from where the player is. They're learning, Icor. They're learning. They know what they're doing. Yeah, you can only have so many control groups. It's basically just adding more support for larger scale things. Maybe I'm overestimating how demanding it will be to macro bases, like 10 bases and 50 production structures. But I think this will make it much more reasonable, especially in a world where we can't add additional camera hotkeys until later on when we investigate that. But yeah, I was using the Nidus config option. I think Nidus canals are very weak, but they're also like, they are so impactful and relatively cheap in vanilla. Only 150 minerals, so 200 when you roll in the cost of the drone. It's just that they also require a hive. So now, you know, in this particular case, you got the ability to plant them with basilisks instead of needing to build a hatchery somewhere. So you can use them offensively, and they can cut down on the defender's advantage of having your units come out of your production cycles and be right there on the front lines defending. They can cut down on that for aggressive Zergs. So, like, aggressive Zergs can neutralize that with this. So it has to be somewhat, you know, reasonably weak in that particular case. I think using it outside of control groups will be useful, like control clicking barracks and then hitting A for 4 Marines, or up to 4 Marines. But it's also not that flexible, right? It's not that precise, because you don't necessarily know what 4 barracks are going to be selected if you've got a lot on screen. Like, I think the issue with multi-building select in most people's minds is that they've played it in a game like Starcraft 2 or Warcraft 3 that had a lot of other UI changes associated with it. So, Control clicking, yeah, like it's inconsistent as far as like what units end up getting selected. I mean, I'll do a quick test because I actually don't know if it's inconsistent or it's just really hard to memorize, but like if I were to line these Zerglings up, right? I guess I should have done this in the editor, so it would have been easier to test for other people. But like I'm gonna have 12 Zerglings, and I want to see what if I have another set of 12, what ends up getting selected. And I wonder if like spacing plays into it. The original unit that you're selecting plays in. I'm sure there's like a lot of factors that are not very immediately apparent to players. Right? So selecting, one. Oh wait. Oh, I guess I can borrow them. So selecting one Zergling always selects the right amount of others, right? It's always the same. So there is something to it as far as the math goes. I don't know why. Because look at this. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then whatever the fuck. Like, it's not even close. Both ends of the Nidus can now get destroyed still. Both ends still get destroyed. That might be something that we can do to buff Niduses indirectly, is making it so that you don't have to... I think maybe exits should cost money in that case, but you can... It'll be cheaper than the original Nidus, like the first Nidus that you build. I would like to rework this so that it's like, select the nearest units that match the unit type. Because this is just bizarre. Like, I don't know how you can't really plan around whatever the fuck is doing this, Maybe I did, like, you probably maybe it was you, brought up the idea on a mod stream one day, and I was like, oh, maybe I will consider it, but then I never wrote it down, so I forgot about it. Because I have so many different ideas that I float, and then maybe... Like, they need more research or experimentation. So yeah, why don't we add this to the Hydra New Game State documentation here? We'll say... let's scroll down. But yeah, the point I was trying to make earlier is that I feel like most people who have considered multi-building select as a function and found it lacking, or found it like massively disruptive or whatever, like, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I'm cautious, like, in approaching it, right? And it's something we can always revert or modify and reduce. Like, oh, you can only select 3 buildings at a time or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that would even fix it. Like, there might be something really fucked up. I'm still not sure about this note. So this this note right here was talking about originally this is because of heroes being so powerful that I wanted you to be able to keep track of them. Now we've obviously removed heroes, so that's not a thing. Champions and operatives and aberrants are, but they're much more ubiquitous. Like, in games where they show up, they'll either have a few or they'll have, like, 30 or something. So it's not even really that gold cost, by the way. That's not really that big of a deal here, I don't think. But so I'm not even sure if this is really that useful. The basic idea is that you can control, like you can add to a control group or create a control group for enemy, neutral, or allied units. You can't group select them. So you have a situation where you know, like say there's a neutral structure like Waygate or, you know, some Waygate equivalent or something that we've been talking about now and then for melee maps. And you want to select that and add it to a control group and always check back on it every now and then. Now, obviously, you'd say that should just be a camera hotkey because that's a static position. But you could also, and maybe you don't want to use your camera hotkey for that. And also maybe there's like a neutral unit that wanders the map and has some gameplay effect and you want to be able to add that to a control group. So if you have vision of it, you can double check that, you know. So there are some niche uses still with the removal of heroes, but I'm not sure it's really that necessary. The allied thing kind of makes sense because but again, it's not for a melee context. It's more for like a campaign context where you have to like, oh, defend this building or something. And so like every now and then you just press 0 to recall the unit and check its health. You know what I mean? Like something like that maybe, but nothing in melee I don't think really would be there. So yeah, I'm not sure that would be that useful. AI captains are regions. Regions are called captains in the machine code in the IDA. It's the same thing. Don't get confused by the stupid naming convention. So these are the biggest changes, so we'll move them up top. And it's not that I've decided it. They have different command cards, so that you wouldn't be able to use them if you multi-selected them. Just like you wouldn't be able to use them if you... Like, it's a current limitation of the engine. Whether or not I decide to continue that is another story. Since they all have the same... Well, it's not nearly as simple as that on a code-based level, I'm pretty sure. But I wouldn't mind enabling that for Zerg. My concern is it would definitely make it even easier for them to just pull ahead in unit production without that much APM, but that's one of those things that we'll see with time. Well, we would have to create a new command card that would be for like shared units or something. And then recall that, or make it use that command card when multiple unit types were selected of the same thing. So it would just be like select larva and rally would be the only two options available. So it could be possible, but you know, we'll see with time. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure those are hard-coded things. Well, no, that in particular is just selecting... You select multiple units of any kind, all you get are move and attack commands. Unless it's like a lurker or some other hard-coded piece of shit unit that disables more than that. You get the basic commands command card, I'm pretty sure. Now, what I've theorized here is that when you select multiple units, you should probably see all of the available abilities. Like if you select High Templar and Dark, and Dark Templar, you should see Archon Morph, Dark Archon Morph, and Psystorm Hallucination. But I also feel like that would probably reduce the skill expression of actually using casters. So I'm not 100% sure about that. Like, to your point about being against the limits because they are programming limitations, they actually were not programming limitations for Brood War. Like, Brood War, it was a deliberate design decision to limit the selection. Now, maybe there was some programming limit to displaying infinite numbers of units or whatever on the command card, but like Command and Conquer did infinite unit selection. They just I don't think they displayed all the units past a certain selection or something like that. So like there might have been a basic programming limitation for a UI thing or something, but they could have worked around that if they wanted to. Like it was never an issue of like, oh, engines can't handle infinite unit selection. There's nothing to point to that. I mean, there's like the script kiddie mod of choice was Oblivion, I think it was called. It took me a while to remember that one. It was a hack, and it enabled not multi-building selection. It enabled infinite unit selection as well as like map hacks and other shit. So, like, obviously that was possible in the engine to do. So, I don't see that. Like, I don't look at it as like a programming limitation in that sense. I look at it as a deliberate limitation. Even if it was a programming limitation, you can disassociate yourself from the idea of considering it a programming limitation and say, hey, regardless of why somebody else put this mechanic in here, let's analyze it for what it does. And in this case, it forces players to manage their units more intelligently. Now, I do think, like, in a world where you have faster, like zero latency or near zero latency computation through a brain-computer interface or something, then obviously you're removing any hand-eye coordination from the engagement, and you're basically controlling all units as if you were an AI, right? Where you're managing all units across the map at the same time. But like I look at that and I just say it's not really that necessary, right? Like, in order to make a game, you have to agree to certain limitations, and some of those limitations are like what a human can be reasonably expected to do, which is actually one of the reasons why I've decided to make all of these UI enhancements anyways, because I am designing the game to support really long and large-scale engagements and matches. I want hour-long, hour-and-a-half-long matches. I want it to be like, you know, I want it to support that stuff reasonably. I understand that that's niche, and most people are probably going to say that that's too long or that's not my thing. But the campaign maps are going to be slated to be about that long. It's like at least the shortest campaign map, unless you're really, really good and you just blaze through it, obviously. But for the target skill set of just basically me, it should take somebody who's about as skilled as I am about a half an hour minimum to clear these maps, and upwards of an hour and a half. I don't think there are any cons. You just make it a toggle. I think when it hits 18 unit selection, that's more than enough. Well, consider that Hydra's supply count went from 200 to 300 initially before I decided to make it unlimited. The thought process was, if you have that up to that many more units in the game, like that's a 1/3 increase. So let's make a 1/3 increase to the unit selection. I don't think that you're likely to have larger than 300 supply armies in smaller scale battles. And when you are dealing with larger scale battles, that is part of the fantasy of living out an army commander, a military commander. you know, you're actually trying to do that, right? You're actually trying to win and manage armies across multiple battlefronts and reinforce them where possible. And so, like, yeah, there's going to be some UI changes and concessions to Brood War's original scheme to support stuff like that, but I'm not going to make it unlimited. I'm not going to make any weird scaling gimmick stuff where after you hit a certain supply threshold, though it is kind of an interesting idea, but after you hit a certain supply threshold, your supply selection or your unit selection becomes higher, your building selection becomes higher, or something like that. Like, I'm not going to do that, even though it sounds kind of neat, because the whole idea is that you're always on a consistent playing field with your opponent in terms of the mechanics and the UI, and ideally the racial balances as well. Well, you're still able, you can self-impose a 200 cap as well. I mean, you should be upgrading and all that as well as you, while you're doing all this building stuff, right? So it's not enough to just say, oh, I hit 200 supply, now I'm done and I can start upgrading stuff. You can say that there's different breakpoints, right? So actually, this thing is this is where you can actually take something away from the psychotic pro scene that developed around Warcraft 3. In Warcraft 3, you always want to go to those upkeep thresholds. You want to stay at, I think it's 50 food for as long as possible. And then when you get beyond 50 food, you want to go well beyond 50 food. Not all the way up to 80, I think, is the cap for high upkeep. But you want to go well beyond 50 food so you can make the most out of having the additional units and not suffer as, like, it's like you're going to suffer the upkeep penalty no matter what, so you must make the most of this time, and you must train as many units as possible within reason so that you don't go to 80 food. Now, I think this is anathema to actual RTS gameplay, but what it teaches you is that there's certain supply breakpoints. If you take that kind of idea and you say, when my army is at about 130 to 150 supply, I am really strong in this matchup or in this particular context. And so my goal is to get to 130, 150 supply and have X number of bases, and have X number of upgrades. And you're sort of like extrapolating a build order as a strategy across a much wider amount of time than a build order typically implies, because they're usually considered openers. They start you off. And then you go from there into the playstyle, into the strategy that you've developed. So for your strategy, your opener is getting fast Dragoon range and then a couple of Dragoons to start harassing. You can transition into Reaver Drop, or you can transition into expand a Mass Gate into a bunch of Mass Dragoons, and eventually like Citadel Templar tech. You can do however you please. But the idea is that you open and then you get to a certain breakpoint, in the game and say, I'm really strong at this supply benchmark, or I'm really strong in this context at this supply benchmark. Maybe it's a little lower for this matchup or a little higher for that matchup, or I need to, specifically work something else into it. You can consider that, and with the unlimited amount of supply, there's always something to work towards. So while I understand you're talking about feels good to reach a certain cap, if you just self-impose that, because you know it works, because like that's the meta that's developed, because that's what you've researched, and that's how you feel after playtesting multiple situations, multiple games, and getting to different supply benchmarks each time and testing out what feels best. Sort of like how we're talking about testing out these different UI changes, right? Like we're testing stuff out to see what feels best. Well, what feels best for you as a player? Is it 130, 150 supply? Is it higher than that? Is it lower than that? And if it's you basically figure out what's my like mid-game to late-game breakpoint that I'm really feeling strong and I'm feeling in control and I want to start, moving on to the next phase of the plan. Starcraft is actually really, really interesting because like Brood War itself as a game is one of the only games where, because you have to make so many different decisions, you are guaranteed to make mistakes. And because you are guaranteed to make mistakes, as well as because of the way that the economy works in the game, if you just hold out against a really aggressive push and don't lose too much, economically speaking, and don't lose too much in a tech or infrastructure standpoint, like the onus is on that player. And so you can now fire back at them and have more quicker than what they had because you have all of the economic advantage. Like that's a basic precept that we understand, but comebacks are so common in StarCraft, or they're always possible in StarCraft, precisely because of the way that the game works. on a fundamental level where you're basically always playing catch up. Like at some point, your base grows too unwieldy to manage everything at once, and that is really where the magic happens for the game, in my opinion. So I'm not with all these UI changes, I'm obviously not trying to make the game more wieldy in a way that it removes the gameplay loop that we've already grown accustomed to, because I believe that gameplay loop is on the right track. That being said, if I'm trying to push it to a larger scale, we need larger scale tools at our disposal. We need tools to manage larger scale battles, right? In that sense, that includes raising the supply limit, because in my opinion, if you end up feeling like 200 is a fine supply limit, like that's fine. Just like somebody might feel like 150 is fine. I mean, you know the number of games that end where no players hit 200 supply. Well, at that point, the cap might as well be, in that particular match, whatever cap they hit, right? Maybe it was 160. Maybe it was 120. Like, there are so many games that end with large armies doing battle, but neither player has hit 200 supply. I don't think it's that big of a deal to abstract that out and say there's no supply limit now. The game will end whenever it ends. Whatever the highest supply might not even be the one who won, honestly. Like, it might be, maybe they just put too many supply towards workers, right? They have, like, 80 workers or something. And sometimes limits imposed on yourself are about making your experience or making your strategy more optimal. Like, I know I'm going to cut workers at this point. That's imposing a limit on myself, but it's because I want to be able to build something else. So the limitations are not... I would say that that's a false dichotomy. Either you're imposing limits on yourself or you're chasing optimal play. Like, in order to get optimal play, you kind of have to impose those limits. Nice work, iQuare. Now, did you say you have to implement something else for each individual unit that can be built, or what exactly was that? Because you said to me you made only unit training. It only works for unit 1. So you have to do rally and then all of the other units that can be trained, or how does that work exactly? All right, so there was something I was in the middle of looking for, which was Corsair requests. Yeah, here we go. We got the Corsair Def BAG. Okay, so we can mark this down as fix. AI counters. Ground units with Corsairs. I was looking for my sanity. Concerns about possible these things. Oh no, YouTube's starting to repeat the last message. Luciferius is waving me forever. It's over. I can't handle that. Come on now. Yeah, I know. Alright, I'm gonna see if restarting the stream will fix that one. So, BRB. Alright, I think we're back. I'll double check in a sec. Let's see if that worked out. It looks like I'm live everywhere. Luciferius sent a message. It's not repeating a million times. So far, so good, boys. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. I wonder why it's YouTube specific. That's really weird. Control B, baby. The fuck? I have a rogue setup process. I don't know what that is. Time to purge it. Oh, I think it was updating. No. Maybe. Okay. Dumb. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, about the public beta Terran building thing. I wonder why they decided for buildings to not be multi-selectable. It's strange. Yeah. A1, A2, A3, A4, U8, A5. Well, I'm going to take this program by its word and we'll say... Oh, that's I-32. And this returns a C unit. Sign. I think it's kind of weird that it would return that. Well, they did the buildings not smart casting thing in Warcraft 3, so... I mean, Warcraft 3 is definitely an unintuitive piece of shit game, but still. Oh, this is a C unit. Okay, so it does return. Alright, I'm not sure if everything looks great so far. Mostly because I don't actually know... Oh. We have another command. 498-8C0. Just prepare formation and movement. See if that's in here somewhere. No? And it's a void, and it takes A1. We know that. I don't know why Visual Studio Code always does that to me. And this feeds it. 18-1. Hey Vig, want to help me with this function? How does it feel like where we have 3 men versus Rust now? You, me, and Vig. Pretty epic. Let me give you the function address here, so we can you can open it up in the IDA. Should have sent. Oh yeah, I have to generate a new one. Hold on. It's sent. We should get iQuare in on this collaborative coding session. Can you imagine 3 people trying to do that all at once? What's up, motherfucker? So, as I understand here, there is a function inside Rust, or a feature inside Rust that will do low word on high word, because I think we did low byte earlier. Oh, cool. That'll be useful. Nice. Oh, no, I haven't. Let me, how do I do that? Is that in, I guess, preferences, color theme. It's a little, there we go. That's much better. Why don't I translate low-word, high-word? What is the translation for that in Rust? Oh. So for both of these then? Oh, I didn't even see that. I thought I only saw... How do I go back to my file view? Oh, this is a little wild. I'm gonna have to get used to this. The green is a little fucking strong. Holy shit. So if A3 does not equal no mute. Wait, what? I don't know what it's complaining about. Did I forget I That's from the function code right here, low word and high word. So Icor says low word is low word of 4 byte value, high word is high word, high 2 bytes, which I already knew. But you must modify different sections of value separately using bit operations. Don't know how to do that in Rust. I have to figure out what map tile width is. Looks like it's a variable or wait, what? Okay. Well, it's not showing up here in Wax Bears. It looks like it's in the game structure or something. Yeah, I don't know about this theme. I'm gonna go try the dimmed one instead. It doesn't italicize a bunch of shit randomly, which is nice, and the green is not nearly as eye-bleeding. So where is map width tiles exactly? I guess you're finding it in game 0. Okay. So I can do that here instead of using the variable if I want to. Can do I'm not sure why that's being fed in there though. Alright, I'll try that. Hey, it doesn't italicize stuff either. Nice. Yeah, I guess the green is a little less eye-blinding. Alright, hold on. I'm basically just running around replacing all of the commands here. Oh wait, are they signed by default? And only unsigned if it specifies unsigned? I thought it was unsigned by default. I probably fucked this up then. So instead of U16, it should be I16. If it's int 16, that's signed. Okay. And if it's just int, it's I32. Does that mean it should be I8 instead of U8 for characters? Or are characters always U8 specifically? Oh, okay. Four nine eight 850. All right. So, hey, you can't game me like that. Is it still yelling at you? We'll just do it this way. I think that's how it is now. Yeah, looks like it. I'm not sure if that actually initializes the game structure or not, but maybe it'll fix the issues we were having there. Wait, what happened here? What did I just... Oh, I went back up by accident. Okay. Hi. Singleton call? I don't know what that means. Oh, really high word. Now we gotta wait for the terminal to make up its mind. Why does it expect a pointer for null mute? Oh. Oh wait, I see why. So this has to be like... That should fix that. Even though it's probably not very intelligent. Change what setting? But where do you see that setting? That's what I'm asking you. Is it in here? I don't see it. So what should I set it to? Just like 100 or something? I'll try that too. I don't know why it thinks this is a pointer though. It doesn't make any sense to me. Expected U32 found pointer. I don't think so. You found a... I gave you a variable. A mutable variable. Not sure how to do a null check with this. Oops, bonk. What's up, Shirk? Check out my code, dude. Thank you for that disclaimer. I appreciate it. You missed it earlier when YouTube chat would just repeat the same message over and over again. I don't think this change is actually working. I put V21 right in there. Explain this behavior. I just defined that variable, you dummy. Wait, what is this? This whole command thing is completely fucked here, this if thing. So we're trying to see... Let me take a look at the code again. If one left shifted by active nation ID, well, no, I'm talking about the left shift here. What is this doing? Right. I know it's a binary shift, but like, how do we represent that? That's where I'm having a connection here. So we need it to be... Well, can we just define a variable as command user and then check that variable? I mean, I just don't understand why it is a U32. I don't know why it's... Expected U32, found I32 is what the error says. But command user is a U32. It's defined as a U32. Oh. Prank. But there's no implementation for integer left shift whack variable. Just do this. No. That's fine. Oh, I was undoing your text, sorry. Oops. What a disaster. Yeah, and then Brood War tile flags here. I know tile flags, Tile flags are defined as a mutable U32 instead of taking a value, but I'm pretty sure that's not right. Well, I mean, I guess it is right because it's a flag, right? So, like, I don't know what it's doing in this particular case. Is it it's comparing V21, which is calculated above here. Thinking emoji. Expected bool. Found integer. Oh yeah, well that's just because we have to take this whole thing and we have to do like... Oh, I see. Brood War, tile flags. This is another case where you have to do this. But you have, like, things like offset. Is it always offset? It looks like it. Where is X tile defined? X tile, Y tile. So you're defining them here, I guess. Yeah. Map width. So what is offset? Is that a function? Looks like. But I don't know what V21 is. I guess this is map width. I still can't believe it doesn't find V21 in the scope. I defined it up here. Is it really that hard? Oh, my definition seems to have vanished. I control Z too many times. Oh no, it's right here. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but... Oh, so I was right before. I just misunderstood what he said. Formatting. How confusing. Well, I defined V21 over here, so... Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. Right here. V21 isn't 0. V21 equals this. All right. A2, A1, A4. A2 is I-32. So I guess this has to be as... I don't know why we have to cast it as U-32. It's an I-32. A3 is a U-32. What? What do you mean? I didn't change the arguments. I casted them. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, so I have to cast them first? Is that what you mean? Oh. Wait, why does that work like that in C? But not in Rust? I mean, that's just me being silly. I see. So no good reason then. Good to know. Destroyed. All right, you can't type that. This is a YouTube stream, dude. I'll get banned. So what is the AND operator? The AND operator before Brood War map height pixels. Address of? Is that the same thing in Rust? All right. We'll see if he yells at us. Oh. The fuck? Oh, it's. Cannot add integer to whack variable. Oh. We have to, like, convert this into something else, I guess. So where were you anyway? You were for I equals result, I equals... Oh, okay. So you had just started on the... Oh, this is a kind of a big function. We got it. You're orange now instead of purple. Yeah, this is address of, not and. I don't know what address of is in Rust. I'll look that up, I guess. Address of. It looks like you can... You might be able to do that? Alright, let's take a look here. I don't think, well, result is immutable, but I'm not sure if it will work. Oh, I guess it should be I. The AI used a Nidus Canal on a Basilisk creep area halfway across the map from their main base. That was what we were talking about, yeah. Oh, I probably put it in equal. Oh yeah, so then this has to be and equals. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Never mind. Yeah, I saw that. It is the birthday man. Birthday faction. B 2E0. So if low word was V18 or equals A1 and 0x0000FFFF, low byte would be some similar version of that. Also, I don't know if V12 is defined anywhere before this. Yeah, it's going to be really nice. I don't know if that's actually right, but I'll ask Vic to it. Wait, where was V12? Did I hallucinate V12 existing? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, I definitely did, holy shit. So if flags... Yeah, V12 was all the way down here. I don't know how I managed to fuck that one up. Yeah, that's just something to do with the actual unit. I don't really know how that works. Like it's something to do with its animation and some delay. We would like to remove that. I don't know exactly what's causing it. Yeah, I used that. I've been using that for like the last couple weeks. Flag random building. Wait, why are we doing a bunch of nested ifs? Oh, I guess maybe that's actually important for some reason. lies and slander. Placenta fetus. What's up, motherfucker? How you doing, dude? What is this? 4-0. I think that's 7 zeros. Hard for me to tell. It all blends together. Well, it's clearly not unused. Though I'm not sure what... It's a U8, but I'm not sure... Oh no, it's a car 8. What's in? I don't know if that's real. Oh yeah, I guess it has happened before. That's no fun, dude. No problem. I will be lost. So I probably won't make much more progress. You really got to invest into an air conditioner, DF. Yeah, there you go. No wonder all your maps are snow maps. If you look at the desert, it's like looking at home. You're sick of it. Exactly. Oh, I see. So it's like a swamp. All right, hold on. I'm gonna relaunch code because it's not at all accurate to what's going on here. All right, hit me with it, baby. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me who hurt you. No, it's busted. You just can't tell because the color of most of this declarative text is the same color as the errors. Oh wait, didn't we have to declare the unit structure in a different way before, or? Because there is no unit in this list. So we can't declare the unit structure the same way that I normally do. Would it be this? It seems really dumb to have to do it this way. What? So now I've declared the unit structure, but we're still fucked. No, I'm thoroughly confused here. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to do at all. Maybe it actually already is working as expected, but I don't know. That's really weird. Now hold on just a minute here. Didn't I low bite something? Maybe this was me low biting right now. Hold on. I thought there was a low bite above this, but I guess not. I really did lose my mind at some point and start reading a different function. Shit. I don't know why there's a next borrowed unit, but I guess that exists. Oh, it's probably next invisible and previous invisible now. Yeah. It's a pub rail unit, looks like it's... We're getting somewhere, maybe. I'm also not sure how to like take A3 and define it as a C unit somehow and then assign that to V13. That seems really weird. I guess it would have to be I.0 or something. guess I fucked up when I was defining these ones. Oh, these are words, actually, so... And this is... Oh, this is actually a load byte. Uh-oh. Q command is fucked. I am queuing Reavers and Shuttles, but AI builds Zealots and Dragoons. Are you sure that it's queuing Zealots and Dragoons? I haven't run into that issue. You don't have default build off. That's probably what it is. Bring jump shouldn't be declared as a script command if you're just writing bring. The fuck is she word? At least I'm at the end of the function now. Wait. A4I, these ones just does the same thing, I guess. Yeah, I think I may have fucked up the brackets here at some point because I wasn't keeping track of the fact that some lines in C don't actually use the open braces and close braces after if or else statements. Like sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So that was destroying me, I think, more than a few times. We got to scroll all the way back up to look at... well, let's just take it from the top, I guess. We don't really get into the crazy if statements until after, well, that's the first time this happens. Get next commanded unit. Right. We define result, and then it says while result. Oh yeah, I definitely fucked a bunch of stuff up. B9. So we have if the lurker equals 3, else so then we have if open, if open, if open. Yeah. Well, this is a lot of ifs, and like I said, C code doesn't always have the open brace, whereas Rust obviously needs it, so I have to proofread this and make corrections. So then null mute, and then we have another if immediately, which is the flags if it's a landed building. And then we have another if here for has rally, right? So this is supposed to be sealed, and then we're supposed to have, so we should have 3 end braces here before V10 equals the 11. Right. We're supposed to completely close out this. I wish they actually showed us the open and close brace, but unfortunately they do not in here. So that shouldn't, I don't think that closes out the else brace though. We got if, close, close, close. So we should still be inside the else, which we are. And then we have another if. So we've done this. B10 equals B11, and then if flags equals destination. So the hallucination flag is where it starts. Open brace, then another open brace, which closes after order stop. Oh no, this is supposed to be a second order brace. Let's not do that. Where does this open until? Let's close that. Then we have after order stop. We have if does not equal nothing. 12 should be 0, 17 here. By so if it does not equal order nothing, open. If does not equal rally point 1. If it equals order rally point 1, and if the unit is a factory unit, and we've got that. Then we have another if A3, and then we close it. and then we process all this, close as rally, and close v12. Right, so the else if here is still within the first if of the order does not equal nothing. So that's good. That's where we want to be. Let's see. Open, open, open. Close, close. So we should have open, 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 close, close. Yep. Then we get another nested else. Open, if open, if open. Close after 2 instructions. Close after 2 more instructions. Wait, hold on. If v14 doesn't equal no mute, and then low by and v12 equals v18. And then close again, but we're still inside the elf. Else. And we do if, order allowed, open, if a4a does not equal no mute, open, sub, and then we have an if, this if right here, which is only 1 instruction long, and we close. Aha, so this else is actually supposed to be up 1. And then we have an if word 824, yeah, and then only at 1 line, else v16 equals v15. And then we are and we have another if, closes immediately. That's with the she word nonsense. Close, v6 equals a2, order flags, close the top if, a4a, v15, 3 embraces, result, embrace, return result. Okay. So I feel like we still fucked something up because this is still floating. Right? This closes the while result loops. What does this close? Can issue orders. If order allowed. Open. Close. Open, close. Open. So this right here is supposed to be the close to right under action flags. Order flags, right? So this is supposed to close this, but instead it's closing something else. So. Yeah, this is a disaster, man. So, if open close, else open close, if open close. So that's all correct. The else opens over here. Right, so that's fine. But we have above that we have an if open close. Oh, there's supposed to be another close right here. And then this would close out the can issue order. Okay, then this closes out the else up there. This closes A3, this closes if it doesn't equal nothing. And this closes the else. Which means... I don't know what the fuck this closes. I guess copying this into Notepad++ would be faster than trying to figure it out here. Oh, that's very useful, actually. So apparently the thing that closes out the order allowed is below action flags, which I think is the case right now. That's order flags, so that's can issue order. So that means that we're probably safe there. And then the else above if v12 equals 8 is supposed to be closed out below v5 equals a1. Maybe I can just make a new... I guess I can open up Visual Studio. I still had it open. How do I set it to use a certain language? Well, I'm lost. I have no idea how to make it do what I want it to do. It's over. Okay, now we go somewhere. So, anyway, this closes out the else. Closes out else if I does not equal C unit A3. So if I does not equal 3, it's supposed to be the second brace underneath. Gotcha there. Third brace underneath is if V12 does not equal order nothing. Yep. Then below the result equals. We've got the brace 4I equals result. But this isn't nested anymore, so this probably should be moved. Yeah. Anyway, that's that fixed. Which means, what was it again? It was like the one below result was not aligned correctly, so I'll check that one again. This now closes out the while, which is the 4, so that's good. Then we have the one underneath result, which closes out the entire function. Yep, so this one at the end is no longer needed. Your services are no longer required. Okay, well, I guess the basis for the hook is done. I'll go ahead and drop the books and mod RS files in likewhere's VM. Well, with that taken care of, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be back to probably work on the layout for the second Protoss mission a little bit. Or maybe I'll start my map prep. We'll see. BRB. I returneth. I guess YouTube chat isn't showing up anymore, so I'll have to go and take a look here. Seen any sturdy branches around these parts? No, unfortunately I don't think so. Overlord morph that can transport larvae. Well, we were talking about transporting eggs as well. That was a real option. It was pretty epic. I'll just have to check the YouTube chat manually every now and then. So, well, we managed to build the changes. So, I'll go ahead and... You know what I should do is I should... Perfect. See if that does anything differently. So far, so good. Tired of right-clicking at every single time. Sometimes that doesn't actually work for some reason, though. That whole shortcut nonsense. Oh, wait, YouTube chat is working now. Okay. I guess maybe it just cucked your branch message there. So far, so dumb. Yeah, I can see you now, so you're fine.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, interesting. So rally only seems to work for one of the structures.
You want a piece of me, boy?
So yeah, only the originally selected one works.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah.
Give me some of this shoot.
Check this out.
Give me some of this shoot. Jacked up and good to go. Give me some of this shoot. Standing by. Jacked up and good to go.
No, but you managed to implement this somehow. I don't know about that one.
Let's move.
This is epic. Yeah, you're gonna have to implement liftoff as well. And move. Yeah. Some fucky stuff happening. What's up, Vic? Welcome back. I finished the rough draft of the hook, but looks like we're kind of shit out of luck for now until we figure out how to do certain advanced programming shit. So I guess there's like an array of a hook. And we don't know how to do that in Rust. So we're waiting for Nave to respond to iQuery's request for more information. Otherwise, we'll have to do some psychotic thing where we do... We'll have to look at the addresses of each function in the array and write 7 hooks. I mean, presumably they're small functions. But then we would have to, like, figure out how to, like, which hook to call in that situation. So it's, a little strange. But, you know. I also corrected some definitions in ModRS for some variables. Yeah, so it's an array of functions, I should say. So basically there's a list of functions that are all part of get right click order. I'll pop into the IDA real quick to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So if we scroll down here, we should find it right here. So this is actually a list of functions that if we follow in Nave's list, it's listed as get right click order 0 times 7, 0x7. And the 0x7 is in square brackets, indicating that it's an array of functions. But neither of us know, neither iQuery nor myself obviously, know how to call that in Rust. So at this point, iQuery and I are both in agreement that we have to port A's to GPTP, but we also have to port WAC to GPTP, and I guess maybe some of some Ace or something. So I don't actually know how successful that will be, but we'll see what happens. Like, Rust is quite the productivity killer, and iQuery says that it's just not even like designed for the kind of memory operations we need for a video game. So I really wish Nave had coded this in C++ to begin with. He coded it in Rust, as far as I can tell, because he wanted to experiment with Rust. But it ended up being the most important fucking plugin in the entire game's history. So just because of his experimentation, we now we are stuck with this. I mean, in a similar vein, although it doesn't affect us as much because we're in 1.16.1, that's exactly the same case with Animosity, where now he's got this like really unwieldy program because he was experimenting with making GUI programs in Rust. And he's like, oh, I might as well experiment with this. It's like there's way less of an activity and way less of a reason to use Remastered, but the idea that you're basically making it so that developers have to rely on your tool that you made, and you're like, I feel like as a tool dev, you really should hold yourself accountable to the kind of like responsibility that you really have. You have some sort of responsibility to make sure that your tools are, for one, open source, like accessible, which Nave has generally done a good job of, besides some Ace, which I think is just because of the anti-cheat thing. Presumably he would hand it off to iQuery if necessary, in the event that iQuery wanted to port some capacity of it that doesn't involve the anti-cheat circumventing. But like outside of the occasional not open source tool, like you also have the responsibility to make sure that people can actually use your thing, you know? I don't think he has. If there's an AI debugger for Remastered, it's news to me. But he keeps it private as in he keeps the source of it private, or he just doesn't hand it out at all as a tool? I imagine anything to do with Remastered is super unwieldy. And yeah, if you make a public tool release, or even a distributed tool release where you hand it off to individuals, there definitely is some responsibility that you have as a developer to make sure that it functions and is reasonable. I definitely don't understand not handing it out at all, though. That's pretty insane. That's some next level stuff right there, man. Making sure nobody can use this tool. I mean, it's not like anybody really would use the tool anyway, but it's just really funny. No. No. Imagine helping a sociopath. Every time I look at the jungle tile set, I'm reminded of how much work I have to do to fix it up. Just remember that Necron self-describes and self-identifies as a sociopath. That's all you need to know about that guy. Must be his personal connection to the Holocaust or something. What a lunatic. I need cliff doodads for this tile. That would be nice. Oh boy, pizza, O2. Yeah, I'm trying to actually do something in here. So, no, I started it on stream before Mapcraft started, so. Ah, I see. He was preemptively assuming that argument would show up, right? So he's like, I know how I'll beat them. Self-immolating intellectually to own the libs. Classic Necron. Is that even a tile? Alright. Didn't the wall go down in Germany? I'm gonna have to call your expertise into question there, sir. question everything, bro. Alright. I think we're good here. Oh, we'll do this up here. Yeah. That's, I mean, you could just search that on the server. That's public information. Not even the leakage of DMs. That was in the middle of him calling me a sociopath, which he made sure to make sure that everybody else knew that he was being serious, so I'm inclined to take his word for that. That he believes it anyway. The biggest issue, I think, with putting together a setup for all of these is like so many different permutations. You would basically be copying the tile set index in the same format into the brush. Like, I feel like it's not really that worthwhile to do under that assumption. It would mean marginally less clicks, I guess. But the brush system is so unintuitive right now. I had to look really closely to figure out where that tile was. I chose celebrations so that I can make one for UED Commander. It's his birthday. So my present will be late, but that's about it. At least there will be one. I don't know what he uses. He's a goofball. Oh, hey, DF. I fixed the jungle tile set issue with the incorrect cliff tiles that result in the floating rock. That was one of the things I did recently for the tile set. I haven't done it in Badlands yet, but... Well, you know when, like, there'd be these blends over here and over here? That in the vanilla tile set you'd have, like, It would basically be part of this tile, like the top part over here would be placed over there, so it would look like that. That would randomly get hit with the randomization. I just removed the cases where that was happening. You're pretty much the only other person I can guarantee knows what I'm talking about when I say that, so that's why I felt the need to tell you specifically. Brush palette has this stuff, so suppose I'll just try to get used to that. Make a jungle version of that blend at some point. I don't actually remember if I made a ramp for the blend we're about to come across here. I think I did. But you know what we might do? Is we might artfully digress from having jungle over here. If I can find the tiles where I did that. It must be further up. Oh hey, I found more tiles that should set to being null. There's a smooch? I don't see a smooch. Yeah, that's not a smooch, that's me eating you. You should definitely know that by now. Oh wait, did I introduce a new bug? Or is that some leftover nonsense? No, I can't seem to trigger it again. It's this, but I can't recreate it. So. But I will keep an eye out. Shouldn't be too difficult to fix something like that if it does come up again. Unless there's some really bizarre, like, hard code tile set nonsense that creates that issue, but I think we can ignore that proposition for now. No, that's not what I was talking about. It was a different blend. I should probably muck about with my existing Firefox process in this desktop. But yeah, that's similar, but not what I was talking about. That's what I fixed, allegedly. on the bright side, we're just about done with this midsection here, and then I can start placing an expansion or two. Yeah, there were two for each angle, east and west, but they were the same one. There was the one that you screenshotted, and then there was the other one that I tried to demonstrate earlier with the top of this on the bottom of this. The two tiles that I've selected together. That one is what I call the floating rock. I fixed that one, and then I fixed the other one, which is like a... I have no idea what you would even call that. Oh yeah, that is technically a problem. I forgot about that one. It actually doesn't even look like... it doesn't look that fucked up to me, so I didn't even remember about it. Yeah, I will restore it to its ideal shape and size. Just a moment. I'm gonna do this one up real quick, and then we'll pivot to fixing that. Oh wait, I can do it this way. Oh. Nice. All right, before I launch into my expansion stuff. Oh, actually, I need to reopen that so that I can keep track of where that one is. I'm guessing it's actually supposed to be, it's like this one right here, by the look of it. Like this one looks like it's supposed to be this right here, yeah. So I'll move this to 564. Which will make this one 558. This will be 6. Basically, it's just a mismatch. Of the types. Like, otherwise, they are the same over here. So, yeah, that should fix that. Go ahead and save. I wonder why that even got fucked up in the first place. Or how, I guess. Seems really weird. Oh yeah, I gotta bring Notepad++ back over. Well, yeah, remember, this is the company that was... explicitly told to get drunk and then code. No wonder we have so many stupid things. So I just did command receive cancel. Selection. So it's just called select or something. Alright. Go ahead and commit that, I think. In theory, all of that code should be commented out. So that's nice. I really enjoyed when the AI decided to go for like plaguing everything because they had like 20 defilers or something. That's where AI can really shine because they don't ever get tired and they're always accurate with their clicks. It's pretty epic. Alright, so file set fix. Hey, I was talking about Defiler Plague, not drones. Come on now. I swear to God, this program is broken. Maybe it was just my brain that was broken, to be fair. Well, they will actually plague their Vorvalings if they're in combat or on their way to being in combat. I'm gonna go ahead and next this one because this is boring as fuck. All right. So we've done that. I can take another gander over here. Oh, of course, I didn't actually do all of these. God damn it. That's a weird sample to use, man. You know this is a music song, right? Not a psychosis song.
So I suppose my complaints fall on deaf ears.
Oh, there actually is that cave ramp somewhere. I don't have it in the current list, but I know it's in here somewhere because I used it in Stormborn. I just added it in a different area, it looks like. Oh. I don't mind this little. It's not really droning, but it's like a deeper background track than what I'm used to. I think it's neat. Uh-oh. Dare I even ask? What the fuck? Ay, man. Forgive me for taking the piss, but that is fucking hilarious. It's like, what next, simulation? Yeah, I feel like it's been like that for everybody, not just with the pandemic stuff, but like everybody's had to deal with some really crazy shit, and it just doesn't stop or slow down. It's really weird. Yeah, well, I will say that despite the silliness that I've had to experience, I've generally had a good time this year. I've had good time privilege. Like, there's been insane shit that has happened around me, but it hasn't really negatively impacted my way of life that much. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like visualize or conceptualize those as like growing pains where you're like, well, you're literally learning how to handle certain interactions or whatever, but I can imagine it's not very it's definitely not fun while you're going through it. I've had to deal with similar stuff in the past. And pretty much the only thing that saved me from the loony bin, metaphorically speaking, was the fact that I was able to sort of conceptualize all of those interactions as like opportunities for me to do better next time. Which sounds a little preachy or whatever, but it's the only way I can explain it, I feel like. Do this another 30-pluser. Jay Wilson age. Yeah, of course it's not very fun. I can understand that. And I thought Brood War AI was bad. What the fuck crashes because of a single unit? Wowee. Impressive. That is pretty insane. It works just like a Mac. What is your theory of ultimate stupidity? That's the kind of shit I like. If that was real, that really would be the stupidest thing ever. Try deleting the description, copying it, and putting it into a notepad file or something. What happens then? I mean, I know I'm gonna have to wait about an hour for you to be able to load the data editor and then make any changes. And maybe you're using XML or something. But let me know when your Mac works. Dog. I thought I actually made the long versions of these ramps. I must have started to and then fucked off or something. Oh, okay. Rest is so. I'm just grabbing the swamp ramps so that I can put them in PO2. I'm actually starting to use brushes now and distribute them for everybody to use. I actually thought I already did this, but I think I got distracted, or maybe I just didn't save it after I did it. At some point I'll do like a desert one and stuff for that tile set. Yeah, there's 2 brush files now. I made an Ashworld one yesterday, but it just includes some new tiles I put together for Veek's melee map. Save this, close this. there. Yeah, of course. I already plan on doing it for all of the different tile sets. It just is a matter of figuring out when to do all that, you know? I'm not actually sure how this is going to pan out. So we can pop a long one over here. Alright, so you said find where offset 690118 is used. Oh wait, I have the assembly loaded in here. Looks like there's 17 matches, so what I'll do is I'll bookmark all 17. Go to search bookmark, copy bookmarked lines, and then search I think it's unmark, right? Clear all styles, bookmark, clear all bookmarks. All right, so I have all of the lists here. Will there be Twilight Swamp? Oh yeah, maybe. I could see that working. So I should look at the functions that are related to this. Okay. I guess that didn't work properly. How nearby would it be? Doesn't look like there's any comparisons with that number. 40 or 0x3f. Maybe I should be looking at this in the IDA instead of the text file. I don't know if it provides any more context. Doesn't seem like there's anything there. Definitely not there. That's not it. I have 0D, but not 0F. Oh, 03F. Never mind. Oh, there was a CMP3F just there. Classic move. What do you mean, time to go back to Mixer? Oh. Is it blocked or something? Aha. My stream may be temporarily blocked. I'll fix that. Classic YouTube. Oops. Pranked. It's a classic move, dude. Who needs a mask? Masks are communism. I agree with that statement. Most people don't wear it outside anymore, but you still have to wear it if you go into a store or something. If you're just taking a walk, it's not legally required. Well, this list will help us with the attack extender. Save that there. Should be sweet. Yeah, come on, man. That's exactly what I need. Dude, could you imagine the map would slow to a crawl? Except this isn't Starcraft 2, so it would not. It would be fine. I really don't think you can fix it, but all the power to you for trying. I hope it works out, genuinely. If somebody could make that a viable platform for RTS gameplay, that would be one way to earn my respect. Yeah, you can only attack at ZCMU. That's okay. Well, once the attack limit extender is done, we can move on to the unit limit extender. I can do whatever is required for something like that. Well, not everything, but I'll do my damnedest. Yeah, I heard that it was like one Zerg versus one Terran, and it was bricking his. It was slowing everything into a crawl in the middle of combat. He talked about it on one of the more recent podcasts. Pretty fucking unfortunate. I wonder why. That is really weird. No, I don't have any submerged doodads besides the trees, but rest assured, we will get a complete suite at some point. Yeah, I know. They're like, wait, have you just magicked this into existence? If you could do some sort of like a video recording time lapse that would actually have functioning technical steps for how you set up the coastal like animations, I would be down to attempt some of that just so that I can take some of the burden off of you for the animated shit, because I know that is pretty time consuming from what you've told me. Yeah. Oh, larva management is actually intensive there in that game. Oh man, I'm losing my touch. I just called Starcraft 2 a game. Gross. I've also heard that it's it was like he couldn't get lurkers to build from larva or something? Which flabbergasts me personally, because that's something that we can do in Brood War. Or no, it was banelings. He couldn't make banelings pop out of larvae. Which again, I don't quite understand. Well, Roller Skates is talking about he's basing his StarCraft 2 project off of Mesk's AI. And we were just talking shop about how fucked up that is. StarCraft 2 in general as a platform. Retarded light screamer. That's a good one. Dildo Leaper, by the way. What a disaster. No.
To sleep, little child. Don't tell them all of your dreams. Those dreams were meant only for you. So hold them well. When you were young, you
Imagine a world where MapQuare is done and we can just paint this stuff.
into the trees.
I'm ready.
Now you must find a new home, a place to dwell. Do you
All right, cool. Managed to get some pretty good progress on this. A lot of it was kind of time-consuming stuff, but I'll probably have to rework this upper area. I don't feel very comfortable slapping together a bunch of like any number of expansions over in the top right quadrant, generally speaking. Not only based on the proximity of these, but also like just the idea, you know, you'd be looking at
When there's no song to be sung, go back inside of your dreams. There I'll be waiting for you.
3 entrances into this base and it not being very large. I don't know. I guess the entrances are all fairly, what would you say? They are fairly easy to defend because they're so small. I could probably expand this out and then relocate some of the ramps and then have it be a base and there not be that much to worry about. So that's probably what I'll do for that area. Otherwise, we definitely need to... One of the defining characteristics so far of the top of the left, well, really just the whole top half of the map, but mostly on the left side, is the fact that the map has a lot of like smaller pathways, which was done intentionally. There's like a bit of a courtyard out here where you might have some scuffles if you end up walling correctly, and obviously there's like the threat of a back door directly into this area. But it really depends on where I decide the enemy positions are going to start. Like if I end up deciding that the enemy is going to start in the top right, or there's going to be an enemy on the right border instead of the original start location being around this area where the jungle mud is, that may end up resulting in like if they're farther away, right, then I think there really doesn't need to be that much in terms of a layout change. But I still want to figure out where I want that player's natural to be. I think it's okay if the natural is that far away, because the pathways are so small otherwise that if you maintain really proper proper map control, generally speaking, you can get away with not having too much in the form of like a completely perfectly established defense or whatever. So, just gonna seal off this side so that's a bit more. More going on. Slap a my jungle ramp here. And I'm pretty sure all the way towards the bottom here we should have what I need. There we go. A very compact ramp, but it's there. So yeah, I'm imagining the overhead is pretty massive over there in your neck of the woods. It's much the same over here, though, so don't feel too left out. Well, yeah, we are going to be extending the data arrays, but it will be some time before that's ready. So you wouldn't be able to just come in and plop all of your existing work directly into it. And I think another issue, generally speaking, is it feels a lot more arduous to work on custom unit graphics in this. You pretty much just you have to rely on like existing stuff more or less. You know, stuff that may not fit what you're going for. And you have to just hope that you can either make it yourself in the future or, you know, somehow improve based on that. So, like, 3D models seem much more commonplace to rip from, which means that even if you don't consider yourself like an artist or somebody who's capable of creating a worthwhile render, you are afforded more flexibility in that respect. Just as a result of all that, so... I might end up pushing this raised jungle down here anyway, because I don't feel like this is a super meaningful alternate pathway, but we'll see. I do feel like this area looks much more fleshed out now. It does make me want to put a ramp on this side, facing the other direction, right? But not sure if that's even feasible. Probably just needs a lot of couple of custom tiles, blends. It is possible. It actually almost fits perfectly fine anyway. So what I would need to do is take a look at... There's like a... Check that out, dude. I don't even need a custom anything. It just works. Although I do need a high grass version of this. That's for regular. That's for low ground stuff. This is higher. I made a whole list of them, but I don't think any of them are jungle. Yeah. I think I did re-import them at some point further down this tile set. That's it for raised jungle. Key and temple. Oh, you want like all four? I see what you're saying. Of course you will. I don't think I can right now, because it'll fuck that up. I like it the way it is, personally. But I will use that idea somewhere else on the map in the future. Just make sure my height is correct here. Oh, I know why that's like that. I'm supposed to use this one. That's pretty epic that we ended up having all of the necessary tiles to make that blend without even me going into Photoshop. Feels nice. This poor man. Do I have a high version of the mod? I don't think so. High version of Jungle Mud. I should specify. Oh, never mind. I had the wrong set, actually. I should delete the old version. I thought it was a little odd that I was using the old formatting. I thought I'd already fixed that. Turns out I did. Check me out, dude. Just make sure that I have this set up correctly. What the fuck? Yep. Nice. Well, I think that will bring our stream to a close. We have successfully streamed for over 4 hours once again. I honestly did not feel like it was that long. So I will push the changes real quick. Let me do that, because there were some changes. Very minor ones. We have not yet overhauled the attack conditions. That will be something that I do tonight/tomorrow. Probably tomorrow on stream. I have to make sure. Yeah, definitely already did that. So, let me go ahead and add the latest brush as well. So we will say, wait for this to appear. All right. Pretty comfortable with the amount of work that we were able to put out today. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out and for, talking shit and all that. We've got a map that is a little bit more complete. I have a bit more understanding of what the layout is looking like. And I think, generally speaking, my pitch for this mission... So, of course, Hydra doesn't have nearly as many map-specific gimmicks as the original campaigns and as most campaigns. That being said, I do still want to play around with AI arriving in the middle of a fight. Because that's basically what the player does in some cases, right? The player arrives in the middle of a fight in the first Terran map and in the first Protoss map. And I guess technically in the first Zerg map, they were already there, but it feels like you arrived. So it makes sense to have AI do the same thing. And it's always an idea that I've thought is kind of interesting. In this particular context, in the second Protoss mission, Phoenix will be arriving later into the map. I don't exactly know how to communicate that because it is information that the players should know. I don't know if a countdown timer is really ideal for something like that. If it is, we should definitely look into making that a more fully fleshed out UI element, so that it's not just some random context-less countdown timer in the top. It should be its own UI thing that says, like, Phoenix arrives in, and then a countdown timer. So that'll probably be under, like, the resources or something. I think that is a fine place to put that, generally speaking. That being said, there's a few other things that need to be addressed, one of which being the map balance. I don't want it to just be hold off until Phoenix arrives. I want you to be able to technically, if you're really good at the game, you should be able to win the map before Phoenix arrives. And otherwise make really good headway, generally speaking, so that when Phoenix arrives, it can end up being a slam dunk. Equally, if you're at a bad position when Phoenix does arrive, maybe he just gets swarmed on arrival. There's a potential for that kind of outcome as well, where maybe he arrives and all he does in terms of impacting the war effort is slowing down the enemies and use it, long enough for you to potentially regain your foothold, but then he's crippled. You never really know how that will work out. It's so variable, so dynamic as far as the outcome ends up being, and how many different potential outcomes can happen. So I'm wise to that. I'm certainly considering that. That being said, the second Protoss map will probably be a 2v3 at first. So you'll be up against 3 Zerg, is my thinking. And with that being established as the opening of the map, there's opportunity for me to... Yeah, exactly. There's an opportunity for me to maybe have one of the Zerg arrive earlier than Phoenix does, so that it starts out as a 2v2 if I wanted to keep things more fair. But I think the 2v3 presence, for one, it would allow one of the Zerg AIs to play much more safe, perhaps, and try to guarantee victory by scaling up into a mid to late game spike. Which means that they wouldn't really impact the map initially as much. They would be taking territory, but they wouldn't be attacking as aggressively as the other AIs would. And that would encourage players to scout, but also remember that they have to deal with 2 other AI that are more than likely going to be impacting stuff in the early game, depending on which Cerebrits are which. I'm assuming it's probably going to be the same cast as the first map, where it's Dagoth, and he might be the one who builds up over time, and then you'd have Gorn and you'd have Arak. So maybe it'll be a different cast of Cerebrits. I think Gorn is the one that dies anyway, so it would be Gorn for sure. He's the Cerebrit that you end up excising. But so he'll actually be a unit on the map, I think, and maybe when he dies, that can be a map-specific gimmick in particular that ends up disorienting his brood in some capacity. It wouldn't do anything crazy to the units, but it would make it so that when his AI detects that there's no Cerebrit building, maybe it becomes more erratic or unallies the other players, or something that's a bit more systems-based and doesn't feel like super gimmicky, but this is like a lever I can pull to differentiate how it works out or whatever. I think that would be fine, generally speaking. I don't have a problem with that. So that would probably be one thing that you would have to end up managing. And maybe in that case, maybe Gorn is the player that builds up, right? Because he's the only Cerebrit that's actually on here. The other broods are being controlled remotely, similar to the first mission. So Gorn would build up. Dagoth would be covering for Gorn in a rare change of the guard, per se. And, of course, Arak would be also covering for both Dagoth and Gorn and doing his typical 9-pool sunken spread shenanigans. I think that could be a really interesting starting to the map. And that's a nice starting point for the players to get their bearings and be fighting a 2v3 with some cognition that when they scout, they see a slow start for Gorn, but comparatively a tough, opener from Arak, and obviously a more middle ground opener from Dagoth. And then when Phoenix arrives, it's a test in that sense. I still don't know if it's a reasonable setup because of the fact that it really feels to me like when you have a situation where there's a side advantage or disadvantage, you're dealing with a situation where one of the teams should lose a 2v3. Like the two in that case should lose. So I'm wondering how to make that feel believable and still have that feel like, the AI are trying to win despite the fact that they had an advantage. They squandered the advantage, it would seem, if they ended up losing. So that will be a puzzle to try to solve, and one that I'll continue to work out. But I really believe that the starting point of it being a 2v3 and having the fact that Gorn is trying to set up overtime could be a really neat way to do things. It could be a way to set up the encounter such that it feels distinct. I might even make it so that Arak arrives later on, or Dagoth arrives later on than Arak and Gorn, and so that it is a 2v2 at the start, but very early on, like within the first minute or so, the other player would arrive and start building their hatchery, so that they have a later spike, but the potential for them to affect the map is there if you can scout out where they arrive, and maybe there's some logic to what position they pick, and it wouldn't just be random, but it would also be based on like, hey, if my ally has a nearby base, this is probably a safe place to pick, or something like that. I could play around with that. There's a lot to consider there. So just some of the ideas that I've been having thus far. And otherwise, we've been able to make progress on the terrain. Seems pretty functional so far. I'm wary of maybe there being too many pathways with the swamp, which I might end up sealing off and reworking some of them. But for now, I'm okay with it. So thanks everybody who hung out today. I'll be catching you guys tomorrow for another mod stream. I'll try to get a dad call out today, but otherwise, there's always tomorrow. And so, bye.